Hello, welcome to the live stream. I think I'm going to be here on my own today for the Tinsel and Tales. So everyone in the comments, please let me know who you are that's here, and we can get started with some chat before going into some reading sprints. Oh, and here's Mr. Humphrey here to say hello and get into everything. Morgan is going to be reading Little Women tonight. Oh, I really want to have time to read that soon or reread it soon. I got that Lego that I got. Well, it's not Lego brand. It's like an off brand, but it was billed as the Little Women house. But when it actually came in, it doesn't say Little Women anywhere on the packaging, but it is kind of in the style that I would imagine the March home would be in. So that's pretty cool. I'm excited to build that. Hi, Carmen. She's saying hello to everyone. I'm so excited for sprints tonight because I think this book that I'm reading, it's Apple Cider Sleighing. I think this will help me complete the bingo board for Tinsel and Tales. I think that's the last book that I need because it was on my TBR since last year. My TBR as such, because I don't really have a TBR, but I wanted to read it last year and didn't get around to it. So I'm counting that as being on my TBR since last year. And I think that's the last book that I need to fill all the prompts. I have to double check because there's a couple of books that I haven't put on my graphic yet, but I'm pretty sure that all the slots are filled except that one from my TBR from last year. So let me get a little more comfortable here. I really just walked in the door from work, so I don't have my little nest here set up. And we've got Katrina in hello, and you're starting tonight with dishes and then hoping to finish Timeless number 3. That is really good. So my niece that's 16 and a half-ish, she just read When the Day Comes, and she really liked it. My sister told me, so I'm super excited that she is getting into that series. It's one of my favorite ones. So I am so glad that I lent that to her and that she is really enjoying it. And let's see. Oh, Tabitha's in. Hello. And oh, you know what? I'm not putting the comments on the screen. I'm so sorry. Let's just run through those. It's not like, I didn't stream last week or anything. And there is Morgan that's going to be reading Little Women. And Carmen saying hello to everyone. And Katrina that's starting tonight with dishes and then going to finish Timeless 3. And Tabitha saying hello. And Carmen is reading The Adventure of the Christmas Pudding by Agatha Christie this evening. Yeah, I hope you like it. I do like it a lot. And the adaptation of the David Suchet series of that is so cute. So I recommend watching that one. And let's see, Bethany, hello. Working on something to share with the ladies tomorrow night at my house. Then I may be able to read after that. Maybe Little Women. Oh my goodness, maybe we should do a Little Women readathon. I just had my books, the ones that my mom had given me when I was little. I just had that collection out. Well, I say just, but it probably was like in August. So I don't know where I currently put those books. Make glasses so I can back up a little bit. Okay. And hey, it's Lucy. Hi. Lucy is at work tonight. And that is what she's saying, that she is at work. So I'm not reading. I'll try to be in and out of the chat the night. Welcome. Guys, I'm so excited. I went to the optometrist last week and ordered 2 new pairs of glasses. They should be in right around Christmas, hopefully like on the 24th, so I can go pick them up. And if not on the 24th, then the 26th. And then I will not have to be doubling up my glasses or taking them off and on. I should just have one pair of glasses that let me see far and let me see near. I'm so happy about that. And let's see, Bethany says, Lucy, I changed my username after I posted about it, trying this one out. Bethany Between the Pages is wonderful. I really like that. And Lucy says, hi, Bethany. And I will miss your double glasses. You know what? I'm going to have to get them out right now, so you won't miss them tonight, because I have like correction down here for reading, but it's like down here. And if I'm trying to look at the screen at this level, I have to like tilt my head like that to be able to see. So let me get my double glasses. Ta-da. Actually, I'll do these. Okay. Okay. There's my double glasses. Lovely double glasses that let me see. All right, so tonight I am going to be working on Apple Cider Slaying, and that is by Julie Ann Lindsay. So I think that's her. I think that one is her actual name, and she has a lot of pseudonyms. I could be wrong about that. Fun fact, she was actually guest at my Zoom book club, not my Zoom book club, but the one that I am a part of. And she talked about her different aliases or pseudonyms and why she had them. And she did mention that a lot of times, if you're working with a different publisher, they don't want you to use the same name as in books that you're still publishing for a different publishing house. And so she had to, when doing a new series with a new publisher, have a new name for as the author of those books. Just, I guess, maybe like conflict of interest or something like that. But guys, she was super nice, and she talked about where she lives and her kids, and just what brought her to be an author. And it was just fun having her be a guest there at the book club. And Jill, hello. She says, hello, everyone. And here is Annie. She's saying, hi, all. I'm listening to Yuletide Treasure by Lorraine Snelling. And she says, I like Julie Lindsay books. Me too. And it was so funny because when she was the guest at that book club, we were reading Burden of Poof, I think is the book that we were reading. And that was another one of her aliases. But I was also reading with Amy Marie's Patreon book club. We were reading the first book in the Christmas Tree Farm. And then also on my own, I was reading, I think, the Brie Baker book, the first one or the second one. I think it was the first one. And I was reading those all at the same time, not realizing that she was the author of all three of those books that I was reading. So that was pretty fun when she was introducing herself and talking about all the other names that she writes under. And I was like, hey, I'm reading one of those books. I'm reading one of those books. And Jill says, I'm down to 7 books. 7 books. Jill. 7 books that you have to read, like for this readathon, or 7 books of like you're reading down. Let me know, Jill. Let me know about these 7 books. And let's see. So on Apple Cider Slaying, I didn't finish saying, I am 28% in. My goal, hopefully tonight, is to get to 50%. And then, depending on how I'm feeling, I might switch to another book, or I might just go ahead and continue reading this one. There's nothing else that I feel like I have to read, other than I'm supposed to be reading Bleak House, and I haven't even started it. But there are a couple of books that I wanted to get to, and this is one of them. It's 3 novellas, and it's Tracy Peterson, Karen Whittemire, and Misty M. Beller. So I did want to read these before the end of the month. And then, guys, you influenced me, and I got 12 Days at Bleakley Manor that I want to read this month too. And yeah, but this one, look at that. I think a lot of this, nope. I was going to say, I thought a lot of this was like notes and stuff, but it's not. Is there even an introduction? Guys, there's no end notes and no introduction. That's all book. We shall see. Hi, Elma. Elma says, hello, everyone. And Jill says, I'm currently reading 7 books at once, down from 10. Oh my goodness, 7 is a lot. I don't know if I have tried reading 7 books at once. I know there was, I guess most of the time I read between 3 and 4 books at a time. I think once I might have been reading 5 books at a time, but that I think is my record for how many at a time. Generally, I like no more than like 3 at a time, and probably I would prefer 1 at a time. But because I do different book clubs and readathons and stuff, I do tend to have a few going at a time. And Alma says, oh, that 3 novella book looks so great. Somebody, was it, I don't know who was talking about this, but look at that. It's called On a Midnight Clear, and it is a 3-in-1 Christmas novella collection. So good. So number 1 is The Shepherd's Heart by Tracy Peterson, and it says, on the frontier, a widowed sheep rancher, Vincent Duran, seeks a mother for his 2 children. Angel Lewis agrees to marry him despite believing Vincent will never truly love her. But as they work together during a fierce winter storm, will their broken hearts finally find peace, joy, and love? And then the second one is No Room at the Inn by Misty M. Beller. And this says, when Noah Bentwood and his charge are snowed in while traveling through the Rocky Mountains, he must stay in a barn since the Stage Inn has no vacant rooms. The innkeeper, Hope Palmer's family heirloom, disappears, and she and Noah work together to find it before Christmas. While the snowfall holds them captive, will unexpected feelings bloom? And then the third one is called A Star in the West by Karen Whittemire. And it says, friendly correspondence with Stella Barrington evolves into something more when Harvard mathematics professor Frank Stentz arrives in Waco, Texas. As the 2 experiment with extending their relationship beyond letters, an impossible dilemma arises between love and logic. Will her wise man be able to calculate a way for them to be together? So that sounds really good. And I really want to get to this. So this isn't bad. If I can finish the apple cider slaying, then that will, I'm pretty certain, will be all the prompts for Tinsel and Tales. And then that would leave me, what's today, the 18th? So that would leave me a good 10 days to do these. So maybe I can do it. All right. And Alma says, I think you will like the Bleakley Manor one. I read that last December. Oh, good. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. And Alma says she's reading Christmas with a Crank tonight, almost finished with it. That's the Courtney Walsh one, huh? I almost bought that one. And let's see. Is that a new book? This one here, this novella, I think it was recent. I think, let's see. Publishing date. Yeah, 2025. Yep, so it came out this year. I might have heard about it on like anticipated releases or, new releases or something like that. But yes, I just got it and it just came out this year. And Jill is reading Go Tell the Bees I Am Gone by Diana Gabaldon and My Beloved by Jan Karen, Take Me Home for Christmas, Brendan Novak, Anne of Green Gables, Survival of the Fritters. That sounds fun. Ginger Bolton. That sounds good. And Alma says, those stories sound so good. I love Karen Whittemire. Me too. She is really becoming a favorite author of mine. I really like the Texas Ever After series. Well, there's only, 3 books in it, and I've read 2 of them. But I got the 3rd one, Cloaked in Beauty, I think it's called. So I will read that probably in January. Sorry, guys. I'm still trying to get comfy over here. And it was a long day at work, and I got off work late and then rushing to get home in time. And even so, I was still a couple of minutes late. So I apologize for that. And Jill says, also Love Letters, Debbie McComber, and Origin, Dan Brown. Whew, that's a list. And Carmen says, I really enjoyed the Bleakley Manor book. I picked it up on your recommendation, Alma. Okay, see, maybe that's where I've been hearing it, like everybody, but Carmen was reading it on Sprints a while back ago. And speaking of sprints, we're at 4:50. I think that's a good time to start a reading sprint, and then I can calm myself down, get a cup of tea or something, and get to reading my book. So we'll start our first 40-minute sprint, which would take us to 30 after. So I'll go ahead and get the ambiance going and start the banner. And we will get going on that sprint. And Alma says, I read Whittemeyer's Christmas novella last December, which was a Western Christmas Carol retelling. That sounds good. I just reread Christmas Carol and then watched the George C. Scott adaptation. Just loved it. I loved that book. I read it last year and a few years before that, but I think it's definitely going to be one that I reread every year. All right, let's get these banners going. All right, we are back. Let's get this. Whew. How did everybody do? We have got Susan in the house. She says, "Good evening, all. Just finished the audio of The Christmas Stranger by Richard Paul Evans. Highly recommend. Happy and sad tears. My goodness, beautiful story. I honestly think I might read it yearly." I've read a few of his books. I have a little Christmas novella collection. And then what was it called? Um, was it called The Letter? And The Christmas Box was one, I think. Yeah, I've read a few of his and really have enjoyed them all. So one of his books was turned into a movie. I think it was The Christmas Box. If anybody has read his books or watched the movie, it was the one with the older lady that had lost a child and had put up an angel statue on her grave. And that statue was the inspiration for that story. It's a real statue at a Salt Lake City cemetery. My sister lived in Salt Lake for a few years when her husband was up there doing his residency, and I think, or his fellowship. I don't something that he was doing up there, and they lived up there a few years. And I went to go visit her, and I was like, "You need to take me to the cemetery because I need to find this statue." And she took me to the cemetery, and we saw elk or some animal like that, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it was elk. And we were looking at like throughout the cemetery, looking to see if we could find this angel statue all over it. After, I don't know, 45 minutes, she's like, "Oh, there's another cemetery." So we go to the other cemetery, drive in, and there's the statue. Like we had spent so much time at that first cemetery. It was lovely. But yeah, the statue was at a different cemetery, but I did get to see it and snap a picture of it. So that was really, really good. And Susan says, "I'll be watching the game while listening to an audiobook." Very good. And she'll be listening to Murder in My Backyard by Anne Cleves. And looks like so many awesome books being enjoyed tonight. Yes. Family and Books, hello, welcome, says, "Hi, Em, new subscriber here. I just finished my sprints and headed to bed. It's 1:30 a.m. in the UK. Happy sprinting." Oh my goodness. Well, welcome, welcome, and have a good night's rest. It is late over there. And Alma finished her book. Very sweet ending. Yay. And Humphrey's here to congratulate you, Alma. And let's see who else is in. Jamie, hello. She says, "Hey, ladies." And Morgan read 2 chapters. Good job. Katrina made it halfway through the dishes. Guys, I have one of those like kitty fountains for my cats. And Humphrey was afraid of it for, I don't know, the first 3 days. So I had to have a separate water dish so that he could get his water. Audrey took to it right away. But now, like, Humphrey loves it. And Audrey, like, I hear it making like a weird noise. So I went over there to check it out. And she's drinking the water, but the water's like falling on her forehead. But she likes it. She's also my cat that likes to jump into the bathtub when I come out of the shower, and she likes to squidge on the bath mat inside the shower. She's a little nut. So I can hear the sound that the fountain makes when her head is like going in and out of it. It's pretty funny. And Jill says, 17 pages of My Beloved, 99 out of 406. Well, that's a good bit. You're about a quarter in, right? Did I do that math right? Yeah, about a quarter. And Annie got to 29%. And Annie says she used to watch the Christmas box every year. I really love that movie. And Susan is asking Jill, how is my beloved? And Jill says she ate dinner before sprints, started emptying the dishwasher during sprints, and now having tea. I also made tea during that sprint. I made some Lady Grey. And guys, look at this lovely mug that I got. So we had Secret Santa at work yesterday, and the person that I had got to give a gift to also drew me to give me a gift, which, I mean, it wasn't planned, but she gave me this mug, and it's like first lines of classic literature. And I thought it'd be fun to like read one and then have you all guess what it's from. So I'm going to start over here with this one, this red one, and it says, all this happened more or less. So it's a famous first line, and the answers are at the bottom of the cup, but I took a picture of it since I have tea. I can't tip it to read it. So if anybody knows what classic book starts, all this happened more or less, let me know. I enjoy my tea. Also, I did read it in my apple cider slaying, and I got to 32%. So I might get to 50% tonight. But she was talking about this fruit salad that her granny had made and the grapes. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, I have grapes in the refrigerator. So I went to go get a little bunch of grapes. And they have been so good to snack on while I was reading. And Susan is asking Alma, how is your book? And Katrina's listening to Mansfield Park while doing the dishes. First time listening. Nice. And hello, Paula. She says, I'm in between books. I'm watching YouTube videos to see if I want anything before the Libro FM 40% off sale ends tonight. Good idea. Yes, for sure. And Paula, I think I saw Barbara Hinsky announce that the audio for that Last Guiding Emily book is coming out pretty soon. And Jill says, I'm loving it. Really cute. And Susan says she's having Earl Grey. And also, your mug is lovely. I really liked it. And I gave her some Italian glasses. And she kind of likes like a little retro style, and they really reminded me something of that, and very, very stylish. And she really liked her gift too. So I was glad. And I was glad that she got me and was thoughtful to give me something bookish, because while I enjoy other things that I could have gotten, and I saw some of the gifts that everybody else got, like soaps and hand lotion and stuff like that. I enjoy all that, but I really think that this was just like so perfect because I love my tea, my hot chocolate, my hot cider, and then to have all these quotes, and yeah. So we'll see. Okay. So let me know if you have any guesses on that. And Alma says that line sounds familiar. Is it a Dickens book? And Katrina says Christmas Carol. And Susan says Slaughterhouse 5. And Paula says yay to the Guiding Emily audio. Yes. And Susan says Alma's telling Susan that it was so good. I really like Courtney Walsh. I really was almost going to get it. Maybe I will get the Funny Valentine one. Maybe there's still time to get it and read it because it's a Christmas one. and then I could read the Valentine, and then is it St. Patrick's Day, the third one in that? Or I guess it was the second one. And Susan says, Alma, I'm glad. She is a great author. Jill says, no clue. And Paula says, I'm looking for a Hanukkah book. After the thing in Australia, I'm compelled to read a Jewish book. I love World War II books, but never read one in December. Yeah, that was horrible what happened at Bondi Beach. Really, really. We need to pray that people's hearts soften and they accept people of other faith. They're still people. They're still God's children. Okay. Let's see my picture. Okay, so that first quote, all this happened, and who was it? Susan that said Slaughterhouse-Five? Yes, Susan, you are correct. All right. So if anybody knows of a good Hanukkah book, that would be something that we can recommend. And Annie says, I'm just guessing David Copperfield for the book. Katrina is recommending Judah's Wife. Does my mouth work today? By Angela Hunt is a good Hanukkah book. And Jamie says, I just read a Hanukkah book, but I don't recommend it. Okay. I don't know if they celebrated Hanukkah in it or not, but The Hired Girl, I think she was Jewish, and it talks about her faith in it. I don't think it was World War II. I want to say that it was like early 1800s, maybe. It's a middle grade book, The Hired Girl, and I don't remember who the author is, but I recommend that. And Jamie says, I would like to find a better one. And Paula says, ooh, it's coming out January 6th, 2 days after Braille Day. Perfect. Oh, good. And Annie says, yay, Susan. Okay. This next one, the second quote on here, should be very easy, I believe. Guys, my tongue is so tied. All right. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. Okay, let's see who can guess that first. And Susan says, thanks, Annie. And hello, Kelly. She says, hi, everyone. And Jamie says, Pride and Prejudice. And Kelly says, Pride and Prejudice. And Paula says, Pride and Prejudice. And ladies, you all came in right around the same time, and you are all correct. I was so happy. And Susan's in there right too. All of you, 544. Carmen, Pride and Prejudice, all of you, 544. So you're all tied. Jill, Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, also came in at 544. All tied. So yeah, I was so happy because y'all know Pride and Prejudice is my favorite novel of all time. And that quote is on there. So I love it. All right. And I'm enjoying my book too. It is pretty fun. It's very interesting. I love that it takes place at an apple orchard and that the main character is really trying to make a go of the business in between all of this murder that happened there. So yeah, I'm really enjoying that one. And Alma says some Jane Austen girlies. Yeah, Jane Austen fans represent. And Katrina says Mansfield Park only because I'm listening to it, but pretty sure I'm wrong. And yours came in just like 1 minute after that. I guess these comments are slowly coming in, but That's good. And okay, Lucy says, ugh, y'all, do what is that? Doing want to know my thoughts on Pride and Prejudice? Do we want to know Lucy's thoughts on Pride and Prejudice? Go ahead, Lucy, hit us. And Annie says, I have a mug that says, what excellent boiled potatoes. It always makes me laugh. You guys know, and Lucy, you guys know the Gwyneth Paltrow adaptation of Emma in Miss Bates. When she's talking to her mom, she raises her voice and she like kind of recaps what the conversation is. And there's the one time where she's like talking about how Emma is so generous to send them the pork. And she turns to her mother and she says, pork. My sister and I died when we were watching that. And so now that's kind of like our little secret signal to each other. Like if I'm coming home late or whatever, and as soon as I get home, I send her a text message that says pork exclamation mark. And, when something's happening and our mom is a little hard of hearing and, she's like, and then we're like pork. So that's just our thing. And Kelly says, that's awesome, Annie. And Lucy says that she despises Darcy. And it's totally okay for you to despise Darcy. I really disagree, but that's fine. And Kelly says, that's so funny, Em. Yes, I mean, that's our takeaway from that movie is pork. And Jill says, that's funny. And Susan's laughing. But yeah, so like we know, and I actually, so when did that adaptation come out? It was like, was it 95 or something like that? 96? Let's see. Yeah, 1996. So we've been saying that since 1996, but just a few months ago, I let my cousin into the joke. And I was like, Barbie and I have this thing. And I was like, so when I get home, because I was coming from her house and it's about a 5-hour drive, I was like, I'll text you pork and then you'll know that I made it home okay. So we just let somebody else into our little pork circle. And Lucy says, I could never get over someone calling me. And Jamie says, hot takes with Lucy. Someone calling you, Lucy, what? What did he call her? Tolerable, I suppose? Is that what you're talking about, Lucy? All right, Paula just pre-ordered Growing the Circle. All right, well, we're on pins and needles trying to find out what Lucy doesn't want to be called. But let's go into another sprint in a minute. If anybody has any comments, I'll wait a little bit. And then we can go into another 40-minute sprint, which will take us into 30 again. Let's get some more reading done. I really would love to check off this book. So we'll see how I go. Let's get that ambiance on again. I'm going to turn it down a little because I felt like it was kind of loud. Y'all let me know if it's... All right, we are back. Let's get over to the comments. So I got, oh, I got to 42%. So I think that was around 10% more that I read that sprint, which is good. It's telling me that I still have, well, on page 98, I still have 2 hours and 45 minutes left in the book at the pace that I'm reading. So I don't know that I'll finish tonight, but I'll give it a good try. And let's see how y'all did. Okay, I think we were here. So Lucy says, sorry, I was called away. And then she says, I could never get over someone calling me tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. And Annie says, I only have 2 prompts left for Tinsel and Tales. Yay! And Paula says, funny, I hate enemies to lovers, but I somehow forgive Darcy. But Gilbert Blythe, I never forgive. Oh my goodness. I love Gilbert Blythe also. I did not appreciate that he teased Anne so much when they were children, but they were children. And Lucy says he never deserved Lizzie from the beginning. I think he was pretty much into himself and had very strict ideas of what his behavior should be. But I believe that he grew and grew out of all that. So I think he and Lizzie were great for each other. And Katrina says, I hope you try out Judah's Wife. It has a lot of historical details about Judah Maccabee, the family Hanukkah is remembering. And Susan says, Katrina, I added Judah's Wife to my TBR. I love books like that. And Katrina is blushing. And Lucy says, now that I've offended the entire chat, I got to get back to work. Bye. Well, I am not offended by your opinion. I heartily believe everybody can have their own opinion and it will not affect mine if I feel strongly enough. Alma says, didn't read this sprint. I just got my new reading journal. Yay! And I was setting up some spreads. I love a new journal. It's a smaller than the one I had before, but I like it. So let's talk about this. So Alma says, anybody else use a reading journal? So I did get my reading journal for next year. It's another one similar to this one that I've been using this year. But I also got that great dot journal that Lucy gave me. And I think that I'm going to use the dot journal to actually mark off or to list the books that I'm reading, and then use my journal like this that I got for next year to track like my readathons. And like this has a reading tracker that I didn't use this year at all. But I think I'm going to use a reading tracker for next year, just like I haven't decided if. So in 2024, I was really into doing the 52 book club challenge, and I got their reading journal for the year. And they have a reading tracker that was similar to this, and it had where you could make up your key just like this. So you could put what different colors or different symbols would mean in the days. And I had it kind of set up to track how much I was reading each day. So it was like if I read less than half an hour, well, I think it was if I didn't read at all, if I read less than half an hour, if I read between half an hour and 1 hour, and then I like jumped the increments by hours. I think that's how I did it. But I didn't track every day. And then at like the end of the week or a few days later, I was trying to remember how much I read. Um, and the colors actually looked really nice, but I felt kind of like it was a fail because I didn't do it day by day and trying to remember how much I had read, 4 days ago. It wasn't, I'm like trying, but it probably wasn't exact. So I want to do the reading tracker, but I don't want to do it like how much I read. I want to do more if I read or if I listened to an audiobook, maybe try and track that way. Although quite frequently, I do like all three. I'll listen to an audiobook, I'll read in my e-reader, and I'll read a physical book. So I'm not sure. How do you all use those trackers? Is it just like I read or I didn't read, or what? How do you use those if you use them? And we have Jeanette. Hello. And Jeanette says, Alma, I do, but I create my own and have barely started it. I need to get working on that, but only have so many hours in a day and lots to do. See, and I feel like that too. I would rather be spending my free time reading than making sure that my tracker is updated, but we'll see. And Elma says, Jeanette, I know, so true. I felt like I was behind with mine because I kept seeing all of these 2026 reading journal videos. And guys, I'm having such a time with StreamYard. And Jeanette says, Alma's book journey, we can be behind together. And Alma says, yes, we can. And Alma's asking Jeanette, what are you reading tonight? And Jeanette says, Alma should be working on High Stakes Holiday Reunion by Christy Barrett, but I just got home from a meeting and want to get a video filmed. You're so good, Jeanette. I'm like the worst. I have that video that I really still want to do about the cozies, the Christmas cozies. But I feel like partly because of the holidays, partly because I was sick for a whole week, and partly because we just had like our holiday luncheon at work and I was kind of in charge of it. And all of the stuff that goes along with it, pulling out the decorations, getting the Christmas tree up at work, setting everything up, setting up the tables, making sure that we had all of the food covered, that we had main dishes, that we had all of the paper plates and stuff like that. And I'm trying to do all of this, also my regular work. And I get home and it's just like I'm so drained. And I don't feel like filming. And so I still haven't gotten that video filmed, but I really want to. So, and I was going to do it tomorrow night, but my niece told me she could do my hair tomorrow night. So I'm going to get that done because my roots are like 5 inches out. And Susan says she's at 40%. And Jeanette says, came on the computer to print some stuff and had to pop into Spritz. Well, thank you very much and welcome, and pop in and out as you can. And Jamie says, I'm cooking and listening to Not Exactly Mr. Darcy. I want to read that series. I heard Amanda talking about it last year sometime or earlier this year. And because I love all Pride and Prejudice stuff, I want to read that one. And Susan says, Jane, glad you popped in. And Tabitha says, I got my Bible study done that sprint. Wonderful. And Jamie, what are you cooking? And Susan says, well done, Tabitha. And Annie got to 33%. Morgan read one chapter. And Kelly listened to a few chapters of Holly and Nick Hate Christmas. I have 2 hours, 48 minutes left. I'm going to try to finish it tonight. You go, Kelly. You can do it. And Jeanette says, hello, M. Hello, Jeanette. And Kelly says, I agree, M. Lucy is so good about knowing like what people are talking about. What do you agree with, Kelly? And Jill says another 17 pages, 116 of 406, and she's over a quarter done with My Beloved. And Jamie says, LOL, Lucy, bye. Now I am liable to be offended on behalf of Gilbert. And did you guys watch, Anne of Green Gables with Megan Follows? I just love that version of Anne and Gilbert and everybody in the cast, Marilla and Matthew. Just love that so much. Annie says, I just have a spiral bound notebook that I want to try and draw doodles in this year so I can keep practicing drawing. That's a really good idea. And Jamie says he was a preteen boy. That is how they are. I used to teach junior high. I'm just kidding though about being offended. Yeah, me too. I don't think I tend to get offended when people have opinions, because generally they have a reason why, and everybody's experiences are different. So you could look at the same thing and feel differently about it just based on what your own life experiences are. And Susan says, I use Goodreads to sort my books out. That is one goal that I am setting for next year, and I really hope to be really good about it. The problem is that I created a Goodreads account for my channel. So everything that I've been reading while I'm on my channel, but I'm just not good at updating it. And also it's not connected to my Amazon account, my personal one is. So anytime I'm reading anything on Kindle or I think it also lists the audiobooks, it adds it to my personal Goodreads, but not to my M's Books Are Everywhere Goodreads. So that's my goal for next year, is to be better about posting my reading in there. And another goal is to do reviews for newer books that I read. I wanted to do that this year, but I spent like the first 5 months of this year just rereading books that I had already read and that are older. So I didn't feel like that was something that I needed to write a review about. There was just very few new books that I did. A couple of books that came out, I did do a review for. But those are my two Goodreads goals, is to put reviews in there for like newer released books, and to put all my start and end dates for all the books that I read next year. And Carmen says, I use my regular journal and my journal on my iPad. And Annie says, I mean, add doodles to my book descriptions. I would rather have a spreadsheet so I can look up by author and title, but I may just do a second notebook instead by authors that I read often. Yeah, that's always interesting. I'd like to do a spreadsheet too, but then I start feeling overwhelmed, and I do generally prefer like paper stuff. Like I have a notebook that I carry in my purse, and I jot down things, reminders, shopping lists, things like that. And I know people use their phone for things like that, but I just like paper and pen. And Jeanette says, for daily tracking, I just mark if I read for that day, not how much I read or what format. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to try because I think I could easily get that done. And Susan says, I made one adjustment recently. If it goes on my TBR, I set a month to read it. That's going well. Also, I've cut down on arcs. I have only in my life had 3 arcs that I've done. I'm not, I guess I'm just like not interested in that. But the 3 that I've done, one time was like years ago, like literally probably like 2009. And I wasn't on BookTube. I don't think I even had Instagram. I don't even know how I like connected with that. But was it an, I did have a blog, but I don't think it wasn't a reading blog. It was mostly knitting. But somehow I got this opportunity to review an arc. Um, and so the book was sent to me, and I did my little whatever feedback. And then I never did any other arc until last year. One of my book club friends published an independent YA romance. And she asked if I would read it and review it. And so I did. And that was before it had come out. And then Barbara Hinsky was a guest of our book club, and she was looking for ARC readers. And so I said that I would do it. And I thought it was just for the one next book that was coming out. But apparently now, like, I'm on her street team, so I get emails when new books are coming out. So I did 2 of hers. And then whenever her next book is out, I'll probably be doing that one too. But that's not something that I'm super interested in, just, getting arcs and reviewing them and stuff. But I love that other people do it so that I can find out what's coming and know if I want to read it. And Susan says, oh, wait, we just did that one. Did I highlight that? I hope I did. And Jamie says, making sausage, cheese balls for tomorrow, and a cheese ball. What's in your cheese ball? My mom made a cheese ball, and my mom, guys, she doesn't like to cook. So if it's easy, that's what she does. So she makes a cheese ball that you use Velveeta, and you like roll it out, and then you do a layer of cream cheese, roll it out, and then you take chopped olives and diced green chilies with all of the juice squeezed out of them, and drain the olives, and you put that over the cream cheese, and then you roll it up, and you crush some walnuts and put it on the outside, and that's her cheese log, and I love that cheese log. That's how I make cheese log. But I'd love to know, Jamie, how you do yours. And then Katrina says, Tabitha, thank you for the reminder to get my study done. Yes. And Kelly says, I agreed with your thoughts on Pride and Prejudice. Okay, thank you. And Katrina says, making butterfly PT. If you know, you know why I'm using a clear mason jar. Butterfly PT. I have not heard of that. If I Google that, will it come up? And Tabitha says, you're welcome, Katrina. I was slacking the past couple of days, so it felt good to read it tonight. And Annie says, I thought Gilbert proposed in the end. I only like the Megan Follows version also. I was called Carrot Top when I was in grade school. My hair was the reddest then. Oh. And Jamie says, I was called Carrot Top as well. See, and I love red hair, whether it's strawberry blonde, auburn, bright, orangey red, deep, like, burgundy red. I just think it's so beautiful. And Katrina says, Jonathan Crombie was my first TV crush. Aw, you got my first like TV crush was Freddie Einsford Hill from My Fair Lady, because that movie obviously had come out when I was little. And so I was always watching it on TV. But yeah, he was my first. Jeremy Brett, that later on was Sherlock Holmes. And Jamie says, all my life until about 15 years ago, mine suddenly turned brown. And Annie says, I prefer paper too. Alma is leaving us. Come on, StreamYard. She says, ladies, I'm heading out. It has been very nice hanging out with you all. Have a blessed night. You too, Alma. Okay, let's see here. My screen is a touch screen. It's not working. And Susan says good night to Alma. And Katrina says bye, Alma. Tabitha, good night, Alma. And Annie says Kensington Publishing used to send out free ARCs if you sent in a frequent reader card, all punched from your local library. They canceled it after COVID. I think I'm in the Kensington book group or reader group. I don't know what they call it, but they always do like a giveaways on there, and I think they do ARCs on there too, on the Facebook group. But again, I don't sign up for that. And Jeanette says, I was very good about limiting ARCs to no more than one a month and only had 11 this year, but I request too many that are releasing early next year. Yeah, see, and I don't want to feel that pressure because I'm already in a few different book clubs, and I don't want to have that deadline. And Susan says, Jane, how many 2026 releases have you requested? And Sammy, hi Sammy, just wanted to pop in and say hi. Hello, hope you're having a good day. Katrina says, yes, if you Google it, you will see the beautiful color. And Jamie says, my cheese ball is super simple. It has chipped dried beef and green onions in it. Then I roll it in chopped pecans. I love nuts, and I would eat that. So let me Google this. Butterfly pea tea. Ooh, that is pretty. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to see if I can find some of that. Blend of berry. Our blends add berries and botanicals for a magic flavor. So that's a magic tea one. So pretty. There's like a purple one and a blue one. Oh, so pretty. Oh, and it like a kind of a aqua teal one. Very nice. I'm gonna have to look that out. Okay. And Jeanette says, I already have one for April, and then I requested 5 coming out between January and March. Yeah. I think it's cool to be able to to be able to read a book early, but again, the commitment of reviewing it by a certain time, I don't know. I have a lot of other um, things that I want to read, and I can wait till something comes out. Susan says, Jane, it is hard for me to limit my request. I'm doing much better. Good for you. Good for you. That's so good. I love that people do the ARC reading and then tell everybody else about it. I think that's really great. I just don't think that that's at this time with all of the book clubs that I'm in. I don't think it's something that I can do and be on time about. Don't want to overcommit. And then Kelly says it brews blue, but if you add some lemon juice to it, it turns purple. Okay, that's what I saw in one of those images. It showed a glass that was blue, and then it showed a glass that was purple, and like someone was squeezing the lemon into it. That is so cool. And Jamie says, I definitely have too many arcs requested on NetGalley right now. This book I'm listening to right now, I had on NetGalley. And there are so many coming out early next year that I want to read. Yeah, that's good. I think that that is like um, a nice way also to be able to read newer books without having to purchase them or waiting until they're available at the library. Um, so yeah, good for you, Jamie. For me, I have so many books already that I own that I haven't read, um, that I just, yeah, I feel like I should make some progress on that. And I really would like to kind of clean out my books that I own. But it's so hard for me. If I read a book and I really like it, I don't want to like unhaul it. I want to keep it because I am a rereader. So if I liked it once, I think I would like it again and to have it available when I'm in the mood to read it. And Susan says, Jamie, I agree. So, all right. Well, we are caught up on comments. And if we do a 40-minute sprint, that would take us to 40 after. So I think it's a good time to start that. Let's see how much more progress we can get done. Um, I think during this sprint, what I'm going to do is work on the bingo board. I am listening to an audio book that I started earlier today. It's the third book in the Lady Osbaldiston series that I talked about, I think, maybe on Lucy Sprints on Saturday, or maybe my sprints last week. So this is a series of four, maybe five books, and I'll talk about that in a sec. Um, and they are by Stephanie Lawrence, and she is a Regency romance writer. I haven't read any of her other books except this series because I think they might be spicy. I don't know for sure. But and I don't even know how I came across this series, but this is like an offshoot series where the main adult character is the mother of some of the people that were matched and in romances in the other books. But in this book, she has a dower house out in a small country village in England. And so she goes there because she decides that she's going to retire from like London life and she's going to live at this house most of the time. And then she has three young grandchildren that come to spend the Christmas holiday with her because their dad has some contagious illness or something. And so they get sent off to her house and they end up involved in this mystery because all of the geese that were being raised for Christmas dinner disappear. The whole flock disappears. So the village is not going to have their Christmas goose, each household. And so these kids get involved in trying to find the geese. So it's a light mystery. There's also like a light romance because there is, um, I forget what his title was or whatever, but he owns a house called the Grange, and he now is kind of like the head of that family. I don't know that there's anybody else in his family. He was not meant to be the person that was going to inherit. His brother was, but his brother was, is this the right one? Was his brother killed? I may be confusing all these books because I've been reading or listening to them like one after another. So I'm on book 3 right now. So there's that guy, his name's Christopher. And then there's, I don't remember her name. She also is from a wealthy family, but her younger brother is actually the one that inherited the title. But he is 19 and more interested in like hanging out with his pals and stuff. So there's kind of like a light romance between um, the girl and the guy. But there's like, I don't know, I think there's like one kiss in the whole book. It's very clean. It mostly centers around the young kids and the mystery that they're trying to solve, but it's just a nice, and it's so Christmassy. It talks about all the decorations and all the different things that this village does to celebrate Christmas together as a village. They do a Christmas pageant, they have a carol service, they have ice skating. What else do they do? Mm, there's something else that I'm forgetting, but there's like all these activities, and it's just so Christmassy. And so I finished book 1, went right into, well, actually, I did I find, yeah, book 2 was on Libby, so I got that. I hemmed and hawed, but I ended up buying book 3 so that I could listen to it because the wait on Libby, I think, was like 2+ weeks. But I do recommend it. It's clean Regency. It is focused more on the children, but it's, I mean, I enjoy it so much. It's not like a middle school book or like a YA, a clean, clean, clean. Okay, let's see. I think this is where we left off. Jeanette says, I also reread and I'm trying to make a priority list of a specific number for next year, but I can't decide on the last book for the list. Too many choices. And I can still read off the list, but need to decide which one actually goes on the list. Yeah, that's hard. All right, I talked a whole bunch, but so now our 40-minute sprint is going to take us into 45 after. So we'll read until 45 after, and I will see you all back then. Alexa, read my notification. Alexa, read my notification.
One new notification from Amazon starting around 3 p.m. and continuing intermittently until
All right, we are finished with that sprint, and I did pretty good. This is such a engaging mystery. I can't wait to find out, and it's just so fun. This is Apple Cider Slaying by Julianne Lindsay, and I'm at 54%. So my goal of 50% is done, but I will still be reading because exciting things are happening. Let's see how you all did. And Annie wants to know the name of the Regency series. It's, I think it's called The Lady Osbaldiston Christmas. I think that's it. I'll put it in here because her name's kind of long. Let's see. It's the Lady Osbaldiston's Christmas Chronicles. So I'll put it here. All right, I posted the name in the chat. And Celestria, hi. She says, hey, and Tabitha read 3 chapters in Skipping Christmas. Fun. Are you enjoying it? And have you seen the movie? And Katrina finished her study. Good job. Morgan read 2 chapters. Nice. Jeanette got a video filmed during that sprint. Excellent. And then there's the name of that series, Lady Osbaldiston's Christmas Chronicles by Stephanie Lawrence. And Carmen made it to 61%. And Tabitha says, yes, it's one of my favorite Christmas movies. Me too. That's one that I generally watch every Christmas. Very fun. One of the ones, I would have watched it by now. It's one of the ones that I watch first. But I watched, sorry, I'm trying to get myself centered here. I watched White Christmas. I watched Christmas in Connecticut, which is with Barbara Stanwyck, which is one that I watch every year. I was going to watch Miracle on 34th Street the other day, but I don't know if something came up or what happened, or I was tired and didn't end up watching it. But I did watch also A Christmas Carol. I will be watching Christmas with the Cranks at some point. I will be watching, let's see what else. It's a Wonderful Life. What are other Christmas ones that I watch regularly? I can't think right now of other ones that I watch. Oh, I really like the Christmas and Evergreen series from Hallmark, so I did buy those digitally. So I'll probably watch those sometime this month also. And Katrina says, thank you for the title, Em. I'm looking it up at the library now. And Jamie says, finished the sausage balls, now mixing up the cheese ball. Nice. For my contribution for our luncheon yesterday, I made stuffing. I love stuffing so much, and there was like a little bit left over there was some left over after yesterday, but we brought all the food out that was left over: the turkey, the ham, the mashed potatoes. There were a couple of things that that finished up on Wednesday. The yams, there weren't any yams left this morning. We also had some Salvadoran chicken. We had some pancit. We had um, an Indian beef rice. And what else did we have? Some green beans almondine, um, and a ton of desserts. I know there was like a couple of other things that we had. It was so good and so much food. So there was enough for everybody to have lunch today of the foods that were left. And then there was like a little bit of stuffing left. So I brought it home. So good. And Tabitha says, I always watch Miracle on 34th Street on Thanksgiving Day. I know, right? Because it's the Macy's parade. Yeah, that's a good time. But I spent Thanksgiving at my cousin's house this year, and my nephew was visiting with his wife and daughter, and she's just like the cutest little baby bundle. She's 8 months old. So we were quite busy doing other things and didn't get to watch any movies. Plus, also Stranger Things came out, and my cousin and her husband love that show. Um, so I haven't watched it because it's probably a little too scary for me. But the new season had started, so everybody was watching that was watching anything. So I was playing with the baby and doing other stuff. And gonna watch Christmas with the Cranks soon. Annie says she got to 46%. You're making progress, Annie. You're getting there. Yeah, I'm really enjoying my book. How is everybody feeling? We've done 3 40-minute sprints. I could do one more if y'all are interested. I do want to keep on reading my book. I just need to get a little snack, and I can do that during the sprint. If y'all want to do another one. Katrina says, watched a little of Stranger Things. Wish I never had. Some things you can't get out of your mind, huh? But yeah, it's not a show for me, but that's fine. And Jeanette says, I'd stay for one more. I want to read. Okay. And Tabitha says, I'm good for another. Very good. All right, we can do another sprint. I am going to keep on reading this because I love mysteries, and I'm excited to know who did it. I'm showing you this like you can see what I'm reading. Let's see if I can pull it up here. And Carmen says she would do another sprint, and Annie can do another. I want to show you guys this cover. It'll be in black and white because I don't have this color. I don't have the color Kindle. I was thinking about it, but I heard that it is a little slower than the regular one. So, and I do like the speed of this one. Look at this apple cider. Can you just imagine that in color? I think it's like a red cover. So good. So good. And then y'all know I also, or maybe you don't know, I decorate the back of my Kindle. It has like a clear, I'm trying to not get that ring light in. There we go. So I put some Christmas paper and then added some stickers like this one here with the book. I really like that. all these other little stickers. It feels very festive to me. So yeah, I'm going to continue reading my book. We'll go into another sprint, and let's see. Math 30, 30, 35 after will give us about a 40-minute sprint, if that's all right with everyone. Let's get the ticker going. And sorry, guys, about Alexa. Cher was out there for a minute and she told me that I hadn't muted myself. It looked like I had.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
My computer is very slow, I think, or StreamYard is. So I hit the button to mute and it doesn't. So I hit it again. And then I think it unmuted me. But anyways, let's get going with this sprint. All right, and we are back from that sprint. I got up. Ooh, there you go. My cat got caught in the blanket. Um, so I got up to the end of chapter 13, and that's 65%. So I'm doing some good progress here and still so excited. Trying to picture what all these people look like and what's really going on. So that is good. And how'd y'all do? Carmen says, so cute, Em. I think that was the back of my Kindle. And Jill is saying that she dozed that last sprint. So that was the one before. I could doze. And Morgan says, my hold for Apple Cider Slaying became available on Libby tonight, so I started reading that. I read 2 chapters. Yeah, I am really enjoying it. So hopefully I'll finish in the next couple of days. I probably will read a little bit more tonight, but I definitely won't finish. I need to clean up and get stuff ready for tomorrow. And Tabitha, almost 4 chapters. Excellent. Excellent. That is really good. Well, is there anybody else out there that wants to say how they did during that sprint? Katrina got to page, oh my goodness, 314 of 370. You are not far at all, my friend. What have you got? I cannot do math in my head. 2050. 55 pages, is that right? Something like that. And Carmen finished The Adventure of the Christmas Pudding and started The Cricket on the Hearth by Dickens. Very nice. And what did you think of The Adventure of the Christmas Pudding? And Jeanette read 18 pages with lots of distractions. I had a little bit of distractions. I had a protein bar. It tastes like a candy bar, but it's a protein bar. And then my little Humphrey came over here and started making biscuits on my blanket. He's just my little sweetheart. But I do have to I have a sweater on. I have to put the blanket up because his little claws will get in my sweater and then pull the knit. Oh, and Carmen loved it. Good, good, good. Yes, loved. Yeah, it's a fun one. Let's see. Do I have anything else to share tonight before I log off? I don't think I do. And there's Mr. Humphrey making an appearance. Thank you all for joining me tonight. And I think this might be my last sprint this month because next week is Christmas and the week after that is New Year's. So I think it probably a Thursday night sprint will not be until the 8th of January. I might do a sprint somewhere in there, but it wouldn't be at the regular time on Thursday. I don't know. Yeah, I might find another time to sprint next week, depending on if we're doing sprints with the Tinsel and Tales or not. But otherwise, my next that I know will be January 8th. And then I will be working on some videos because I still want to do that Christmas Cozy Mystery video. There's a couple of other videos that I had planned, and I think I might not do a wrap up for the Middle Earth readathon because it's so late now, but I will finish my graphic and post that on my community tab and on Instagram. And let's see what else. There are some other video ideas I have, and maybe I'll have time to get those recorded and edited because I do have a couple of days off next week. So let's see. Annie says she got to 53%. My book has 2 novellas, both about adults helping orphans. I'm really enjoying it. Oh, that's so good. And Carmen says, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to all, and God bless you, everyone. Oh, so sweet. Yes. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays, whatever holiday you celebrate. I think most of us probably celebrate Christmas. So have a great rest of December. If we don't sprint before then, I might see you on somebody else's sprints and we can catch up there. Otherwise, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thank you all for being part of my little community. I love it so much that you are here and interacting with me. Have a great, great December. And Jeanette says Merry Christmas. And Annie says thanks for sprints. You are very welcome. Katrina says happy holidays. And Annie says Merry Christmas, everyone. Yes, and God bless us, everyone. Good night, guys.